Ooh. Yeah. We gon' burn them with the open flame. We gon' cut them with the double edge. We gon' tread them like the wine press. We gon' tread them like the wine press. We gon' burn them with the open flame. We gon' cut them with the double edge. We gon' tread them like the wine press. We gon' tread them like the wine press. Prophesy to the ostracized. Death and hell to a hot demise. Edomites, they shall not survive. Kingdom rise for the Yasharala. It's in the book, true story, too gory. It's a sin to lie, quiet as it's kept. The violence I accept, gonna be the shame to cover you up from your temple to your legs. At a moment's notice, we gon' mark the progress, even rulers of this kingdom, yeah. Shout out to the POTUS. Yeah, I'm sorry you ain't noticed that the eschaton's approaching. Like an eagle, you exalted, but your hour finna lower to a grave estate. Yeah, welcome to the lake. No reversal, finna hurt you, and it ain't no saving grace. We gon' burn them with the open flame, yeah. We gon' cut them with the double edge. We gon' tread them like the wine press. We gon' tread them like the wine press. Yeah. We gon' burn them with the open flame. Yeah. We gon' cut them with the double edge. We gon' tread them like the wine press. Yeah. We gon' tread them like the wine press. Yeah. Smash your teeth in your mouth, dash your head up on the stove. Ain't no reason you should live. Use a cancer to the core. Use a dancer, use a whore. Point to everyone and all. Every nation been involved in the vexing of the Lords. Touch the apple of his eye. Rakathaya, how it shall fulfill it. Torah and Tanakh. The New Testament's arrived. As we look up in the sky with Jehoshaphat in mind, let the rebels be divided. Double ordered to the side. Yeah, we're willing. We the number. We done been through many summers. Call out to all my brothers making demons duck from cover. Yeah, we're willing. We the number. We done been through many summers. Call out to all my brothers making demons run for cover. We gon' burn them with the open flame. We gon' cut them with the double edge. We gon' tread them like the wine press. Yeah, we gon' tread them like the wine press. Yeah. In time. We ain't playing at all. He that dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. The Jews were lost, due to laws, Jerusalem's ours. I got a truer cause, I can't quit it, I'm too involved. His hands up, cops still drew his arm. Don't do it, Sarge. Let off 50 shots, say you was scared, they won't give you a charge. Let NASA tell it, those ain't chariots, they shooting stars. NASA in Hebrew means deceiver, we don't believe you. I don't believe you walked on the moon or you flew to Mars. The firmament is permanent, it don't move at all. I can prove it all. Scriptures loaded, I shoot them off. No way you can dodge. Just ignore me, you cool as frost. When you stand before that white throne, you'll see who's in charge, repent. You on the highway to hell and that Uber costs. I write these little raps and post them, but I got newer songs. I ain't drop them, but I promise they my truest bars. 7 trumpets gon' be a coup de grace. I'm a brute, so if I do it, I'ma do it large. Wherewithal shall a man cleanse his way by doing what the scriptures say. Incline your ear to the laws and never disobey. Last time we did that, we got shipped away. Christ is coming any day and he ain't finna play. The sinners of his people gon' die by the sword. That's in Amos 9, Hebrew state of mind. Eyes on the sinful kingdom, they twisting up Paul's epistles. Cross me, I'ma forgive you. Pray you repent for the Father get you. In the day of wrath, you think money gon' solve your issue? It's gon' burn with fervent heat, Aki, that's toilet tissue. That same fire gon' purify us. You worth more than silver, they put iron yokes on our necks and said we were only niggas. They told us that we were only thugs. I beg to differ, you got royal blood, biblical Jews. They won't tell us, but they know it's us. They try to drug us up, but we sobered up, ain't no controlling us. Sober minds, they had us blindfold. Eyes closed, now we got open eyes. I just want my folk to rise. I pray that the fam listen. Wake up the lost sheep, that's my ambition. Read Luke chapter 21 and pay attention. Knowing if they fall for anything, then I can't stand with them. If you listen, seek repentance. Being famous ain't my intention. Yeah. Kahalai. Shabalakam Wabana. Matawa. Yeah. In times.
wherewithal shall a man cleanse his way. By doing what the scriptures say. Wow.
Calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
They try to vaccinate black people. Got me blocking the shot like Shaq Diesel. Know you heard of the woman and of that eagle. Fleeing from the dragon in the book, we are that people. 400 years a slave, I am that Hebrew. In the last days with the pole, I am that lethal. I'm just trying to get it right with the right plan. Crackers trying to put a mark in my right hand and my forehead. Can't buy and I can't sell, and I can't breathe, can't yell, and I can't smell. COVID-19 in the air while I inhale. Am I in hell or America? I can't tell. Is it Babylon the Great or another game? Cause when you've been here this long, it all look the same. We still made it to the end. Look how we took that pain. After they took us from our land and took us from our name. Ashamed in the kitchen, breaking like Ben Simmons. But now I'm on repentance. Don't know how many chances Yahweh gon' give him before he get done with him. So I keep pole, that's Bible and gun with him. Middle finger to Joe and whoever that run with him. 400 plus years, it only been one victim. And so I keep the Hawks trade with the Nate with him. It's only 12 tribes and I'm at the gate with them. We still can't breathe, but the wickedest man can. The next time they see me on my knees, I'm an aim can. If Torah can't fix them, then I promise the flame can. Shooters all on the floor like the Warriors game plan. Cause freedom not free and charity not cheap. So I know how much they charging them niggas that's like me. No bargains for the ones at the bottom, we all suffer. So I'm only looking out for my brothers. Chef talk, cause it's a big difference between righteous and right. The brightest in the light, a massacre in a fight. I'm asking you with no mask on, I'ma come after you. They stole our blood covenant, crackers gotta be Draculas. Put us in them chains when they brought us over from Africa. We still in them chains from San Quentin to Attica. Still wearing their names, no wonder why they not mad at us. They divided the 12, mathematics ain't adding up. Knee to the neck, a bullet to the chest. They got me in the locks for money, power, respect. They got the game locked, I'm wondering what's going next. And I'ma rep this to the death.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Yeah.
General Hashar.
Shema, may I have your attention, please? We sons of men, Eves and seeds. All the wolves and soldiers, salute at ease. Remain on your square, 45 degrees. Always be prepared, never be deceived. Give y'all a standing ovation, let's do this proper. Here's some motivation, don't let nothing stop you. Let's have a holy conversation, hold back your dogma. Wait, here comes Satan. She want a Birkin bag of Balenciaga. Damn. Just bought the Prada. Let me switch. Now you getting nada. No more chips, just my pina colada. Yeah, I'm rude in speech and I'm not polite. Yo, turn the other cheeks. You caught that, right? It's the foul-mouthed minister, guard the perimeter. Went to war with Alexander, slapped the shit out of Caligula. I love a box of chocolate, dark in particular. Get your hand in my pocket, I'll shatter your fibula. Tear the devil head off, I'm anxious, nigga. Molded by the coldest ancient niggas. Like Elisha and Moses in them ancient scriptures. Crackers opposers say we ain't them niggas. Let's strike some poses, I take some pictures. A memory that'll last a lifetime. You'll remember me if you're out the spirit in your right mind. You'll pass me that yeah, that white wine. Let's make a toast. It's the right time. Everywhere you go, let your light shine. Here's your life for life, nigga. Bottom line.
Hey, let me know cause I'm feeling myself. I done been down and they counting me out, but I'm finding me out and I'm healing myself. Learning I'm favored, I'm sucking betrayal, my hurt coming later.
Hey, Shalom, man. Shalom. 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 You know, honor, glory, and praise to Yahweh.
Shalom.
Mashiach Yahweh Shai, man. Hey, be in this thing, man. Hey, all praises to the Most High, man. This is our first podcast, man. First podcast. All praises
All
to the
praise.
Most High. Right? So, hey, real quick.
Shalom.
Yeah. Shalom, man. Right? So, hey, you know, honor, glory, and Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, man. Hey, this is our first podcast, man. All praise to the Most High, man. My name is Aria, man.
Hey, I'm all praise. Hey, first of all, humble servant, but also a brother. Yehoshaya, Shalom, brothers and sisters. Shalom.
Man. Let's get a little closer, King, so we can get in the right picture, man.
Sorry.
That's the way up. Right, Khan. So yeah, man, we just want to, you know, bring it out properly, you know, for the first podcast, kind of bring up some current events and things that the world's going on. Because I know you see the title scrolling across the bottom of the screen, One World United, right? So the One World United is showing going into what this world is going into as far as different sectors of the earth, right? They're literally are uniting, and we're gonna show you what they're doing, and then you know what I'm saying. Hey, if brothers got anything they want to pull out biblically, that's fine. Any comments, anything that they just have on their spirit, hey, go ahead. You know, we're gonna just try to do this thing to just show you what's going on, because a lot of our people, you know what I'm saying, hey, they see things going on, but I don't know if they put them all together, right? So without further ado, we're gonna get into this first video, and then we can comment afterwards, right? So here we go.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Congress is working to codify spending cuts, and the plague called fentanyl may be abating. Meanwhile, President Trump signed the Genius Act, which regulates digital currency.
The Genius Act creates a clear and simple regulatory framework to establish and unleash the immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins. This could be perhaps the greatest revolution in financial technology since the birth of the internet itself. We worked hard. It's a very important act, the Genius Act. They named it after me, and I want to thank you.
Joining us is Alabama Senator Katie Britt. Welcome, Senator. Do they call it the Genius Act because you have to be a genius to understand cryptocurrency? Or how does it impact even those of us who still like to use our debit cards or, heaven forbid, carry folding money in our wallets?
Well, Trey, I think you're right. I've had to obviously try to wrap my hands around this, my head around this, and figure out how do we move forward. What we know is this is where things are moving, and it is critically important that we put the proper guardrails up that allow us to thrive and allow America to continue to innovate and us continue to lead in this area. The last thing we want to do is drive innovation offshores right into the hands of China. And the leadership here on the Genius Act, obviously by President Trump, by Senator Bill Hagerty, by Senator Cynthia Lummis, allowed us to do just that. And Trey, we're just getting started. As you know, we're working on a market structure bill as well. And this will allow America to continue to lead. We know this is where we're going, and we want to make sure that we have a front row seat to it.
Hold that China thought, because I want to come back to it in just a second. Cutting is hard. Spending is easy. Where do we stand with codifying these reductions in spending that were identified earlier this year?
Well, once again, President Trump is making good on the promises he made to the American people. He talked about this on the campaign trail, and he is actually putting it into action. This rescission package is a first step to reining in wasteful spending. Look, Trey, where we are is unsustainable. This was significant. It is $9 billion. But at the same time, when you look across the board, we are $37 trillion in debt.
Well, they said $37 trillion in debt.
37 trillion in debt, brother. So I just wanted to bring this up, right? Because it's a reason why they're rolling out all kind of money. They're trying to come up with schemes and ways to get money, right? So this is the book of Genesis, right? It's chapter 47 and verse 15. I just wanted to bring this out real quick because it's a reason why they're trying to do the fix the patch program. You know what I'm saying? It's the book of Genesis 47 and 15. It says, and when the money failed, right, in the land of Egypt, because we know this is modern day Egypt, right? Egypt just means slavery. So when the money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, and all the Egyptians came into Joseph, right, those that were enslaved, and said, give us bread, for why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. So the reason why they're rolling out all these programs and all these things, right? The reason why they're rolling out all this stuff, literally, is because, hey, the money failing. Let's just be real. The money's failing. It ain't no secret.
That's right.
What did they just say? Let me rewind it real quick.
Rewind that.
Let me rewind that real quick.
That was crazy what she just said.
Yeah. It's crazy. Let's rewind that a little bit.
This rescission package is a first step to reining in wasteful spending. Look, Trey, where we are is unsustainable. This was significant. It is.
Hey, it said. Hey, she said where we're at is unsustainable.
It's unsustainable. That's crazy, right?
Brother, unsustainable, right? That means that if they keep going in the way they're going, it's over. It's over. Right? Let me rewind that real quick. So we hear that for a third time. We need to hear that.
Package is a first step to reining in wasteful spending. Look, Trey, where we are is unsustainable. This was significant. It is $9 billion. But at the same time, when you look across the board, we are $37 trillion in debt. We are just getting started. I actually have a.
She said we're 30. Yeah. What? She said we're $37 trillion in debt and we're just getting started. And she said
and she said wasteful spending. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. What you say?
A special guest here in the studio with me, and it's my son. And this is about him. This is about the next generation. What we're doing right now is saddling our children and our children's children with debt that's unsustainable. It's not just fiscally irresponsible, Trey. It is morally irresponsible. And I am so grateful to President Trump and his leadership.
Hey, did you just hear that? She said it's not just, bro, I got to rewind that, brother. That's crazy.
Is saddling our children and our children's children with debt that's unsustainable. It's not just fiscally irresponsible, Trey. It is morally irresponsible. And I am so grateful to President Trump.
It's not just fiscally irresponsible. It's morally irresponsible. Let's see what else.
You know, Esau talking about her future children. They talking about their future kids. They don't care about ours, but they're talking about their future kids.
Right.
Yeah, you know they don't care about ours.
Yeah, they don't give a damn about our people.
They don't. So let's go back to this though, because she's going deep, man.
Trump and his leadership for saying the buck stops with me, and we're starting to rein this in to make sure that we can make these things more sustainable for the next generation, and America can be more secure. Because Trey, nobody knows this better than you, but this isn't just about our economic prosperity, which is critically important, because we know when we are spending money on things that we don't need, we are driving people out of things like the housing market and other things that they need to be affordable for the American dream. But this is also about
and we know, you know what I say about the American dream. You got to, for the American dream, you got to be asleep to be dreaming, man.
Yeah, but shit, their dream is always our nightmare anyway. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it
So
ain't.
their
Not
true
our
dreams is our nightmares. You know what I
not
mean?
our.
They're not telling you. They're not really telling you that their true dreams. You know what I mean? You know, like I said, their dreams is our nightmares, and we
Yeah, it's
always
not
want to
our
dream
dream.
with them. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's time for us to
Not
wake
our
up out
dream.
of that dream because our dream is not the same. You know, that's right.
It's not our dreams.
Mhm.
It's their dreams.
Nah, hey, that's right. Hey, our
National
dream is to get
security.
out of here. Good.
Yeah, our dream is.
Ah,
Hey,
right?
our
Yeah.
prayer. Hey,
Right.
matter
Our
of fact.
prayers.
Hey, that's crazy. You bring that up, man. Right? Real quick, I gotta bring that out, man, because
Psalms.
no, I was gonna go to
Well,
Revelations,
done.
right? Right. All praise to Radazan, man. He brought this out earlier today. I think it's Revelations chapter 5. Right here in verse 8. It says, and when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps and golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of the saints. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Verse 9, and they sung a new song, saying, thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof. For thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to Yahweh by the blood out of every kindred, tongue, and people and nation. And we know
Hey,
that those
Con.
prayers are the prayers of the righteous that are asking, how long? How
That's
long?
right. That's
How
right.
long?
And listen, and real is real followers of Christ, right? How they said that real followers of Christ is praying. They're not trying to dream to be in the same bed. They're not in the same bed dreaming, man. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, the real ones, hey, we praying and dreaming of the downfall of this place. You know what I'm saying? Through the spirit, right? Because we want the most high kingdom to come. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what the real followers of Hamashiach Yahushua, you know, we're that's what we're waiting for. Okay, King. Basically, just like you brought out too.
Yeah, Con. Hey, and that's what it's those prayers of the saints are those odors that's going up to the Most High, because we're asking the Most High, how long? How long?
How
Until we
long?
avenge
That's right.
the slain.
Exactly.
Right? So let's go back to the video, but it's just crazy what's going on, man. Right?
And the debt that we are saddled with here in our nation is a national security threat. It's one that, unfortunately, China in many ways has some keys to. And President Trump is saying enough is enough. We're going to make some changes right now. And I was proud to be a part of that rescissions package and the leadership of Senator Eric Schmidt and being able to vote that into law and get that to the president's desk.
Senator, there's a little video floating around, an exchange between you and Senator Chris Murphy on the Senate floor. There's no audio. I watched it several times. A mutual friend of ours sent it to me. It looked like an Alabama versus Auburn kind of conversation, except very, very one-sided. I have not seen you that fired up before, but something clearly had your attention. I'm not going to ask you about a private conversation, but it looked like you got your point across to Chris.
You know, I'll allow the contents of the conversation, to your point, to stay between the two of us. Clearly, incredibly passionate, both of us are, about various issues, many times sitting on opposite sides of the aisle or perspective of those, where you can see eye to eye with someone and have common ground, move it forward. But when you don't, you let them know. And I think you saw that firsthand.
We did. I want to mention another area where you have been active. Fentanyl is killing young Americans while Chinese vaping devices are hurting them. What, in your judgment, can be done with either or both?
Yeah, look, this is yet another area where President Trump is taking what happened under the Biden administration, just the complete and total dismissal, essentially, President Biden had, letting our borders be overrun, letting our streets, where fentanyl is kind of moving coast to coast and in every corner, in every community of our country. We saw under President Biden's failed leadership that fentanyl became the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45. President Trump said enough's enough. He secured our border. He said, look, I'm going to use the economic tools in my toolbox to make sure that Mexico and Canada are actual partners in ensuring we don't lose young Americans to fentanyl and opioid overdose. And then this is yet another tool. I'm proud of Congress stepping up, moving this forward. This is something a lot of us have been working on for a long time. We think that this is yet another way to keep Americans safe. It's showing all of the people across the country, when we said we want to keep you safe and we want America strong and we want it prosperous, we meant it. And we're taking action now. I mean, these first 6 months, Trey, of the Trump administration have been unprecedented, whether
So like your brother, y'all still there? Because I don't hear nothing right now.
So I was saying, bro, like you see how the Edomites are going back and forth or whatever they're arguing about, right? But we all through the spirit know they're arguing about vain things, right? Why do they not channel that same energy towards the laws of God? What are they? If they was to be arguing about the laws of God, I would be in a better place, bro. I would be like, you know what? Let them sort it out the best way they can, and I do care about it, right? But right now, what are they absolutely arguing about right now, bro?
She never ever like explained because this guy said like, oh, I see you were passionate about what you were talking about.
Right.
And she never was like, yeah, well, I was passionate about blah, 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 blah.
Right.
She never said it.
No.
She's like, yes, I believe in what I believe in. He believes in what he believes in.
Right.
You know, we're passionate, but it's like, well, if you were honest, you would explain like what it was that was said there.
There you go.
To clear it up. But you know what? They're on the same wavelength.
Yeah. Well, he probably was like, so he probably was saying, look, I can wear high heels too. And she said, no, those are my high heels. But anyway, so,
yeah, you already know how this
exactly. Hey, the only reason why they going this big thing over fentanyl and all that opioids, only reason why they really concerned about that is because their children are dying.
Yeah.
There
you go.
And they already have a low birth rate. And what they're trying to make sure that they get that out of there. That's the only reason why they care. Because they daggone sure didn't care when they threw crack in our neighborhoods and it was killing and ruining our families. You know what I mean?
Hey, brother.
But that's
Hey, brother, me and you a little older, so you know we remember that crack era. Hey, they was pushing it hard, and our people was choosing selling crack over going to work because
that's right.
I think minimum wage back then was what, like $4.50?
Oh my shit, like probably $4.
I think $3.75 kind of wasn't it?
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been less than that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I remember when minimum wage was ridiculously low.
Yeah, you're gonna work and bring home pennies, or you can go on the block and bring home thousands. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our people became, and it was all a setup because the government, they'll wait for you to get to a certain level of being a drug dealer to a kingpin level, and then they'll take all you have and then they'll resell it. So then they'll put that money in their pocket, and then they'll give that dope to somebody else, and it just kept circling around. You know what I'm saying? They know who's going to be the big dog. They don't. They protect him. They don't lock him up. They lock up his little men. Exactly. That's right. They wait until he get to a certain. I know a lot of people like that. So I'm telling you, they wait till you have all the cars and the houses, and they get your little men. They get the little men under you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every now and then, but they'll wait for you. You know what I mean?
Hey yo, Elder, to put a perfect example for people to see it with vision, go watch the movie American Gangster.
Yep, absolutely.
Go watch that
movie.
movie.
Go
watch that movie.
Exactly. That show you right there.
You don't believe what we
look
say
at
right now?
Freeway. Yeah.
Right.
Look at Freeway Rick Ross. Same thing,
There you
brother.
go, bro.
He
the
got
real,
money
the
from the
real,
government. That was from the
hey, the
government.
real Rick Ross.
Yeah, the real Rick
Not,
Ross.
not
Yeah,
that other Rick
God.
Ross.
Yeah,
Not
the
other
real
Rick
Rick Ross, man.
Yeah, the real
That's
Rick
right.
Ross. I had to
You
put
know
that
what I
out
mean?
there.
Hey,
You know,
yeah,
sometimes,
God.
you know, we'll get caught up in what's put in front of us and won't even realize like what's really going on.
Hey, yo, all hell,
Exactly.
yo, no holds bar with this podcast, bro. We don't give a damn.
Yeah.
If they're gonna
None,
channel
bro.
us, if they're gonna take us off the air, whatever they're gonna do, that's their agenda. But guess what? This truth is going out one way or another.
Yeah.
And that's why we had to go hard in this thing, man. Hey, because ultimately all this is just to bring everybody underneath subjection under one understanding. Right? So
That's
we're gonna
right.
go back into this thing, man. Go back into this thing, right?
Versus Auburn kind of conversation, except very, very one-sided. I have not seen you that fired up before, but something clearly had your attention. I'm not going to ask you about a private conversation, but it looked like you got your point of.
Hey, but why did he say I'm not gonna ask you about that private conversation? I just got to bring that up, bro. Before we go further, I just had to bring that up because he said I'm not gonna ask you about the private conversation.
Right. He did say that, bro.
Like,
he did.
why
say
wouldn't
that,
you?
bro? Right.
What if I asked you about the private conversation? Would you tell me? Absolutely not.
No.
The whole shy of the troublemaker might go off because it's that
I know you
earpiece is
definitely
acting. This earpiece is acting a daggone fool right now.
Yeah.
But I'll be back.
Hashaya, the New Jersey Fire is gonna definitely ask why.
yeah, we gonna bring some fire to this thing, man. God.
We got to, brother. We got to, brother.
God.
Cross to Chris.
You know, I'll allow the contents of the conversation, to your point, to stay between the two of us.
There you go. Prime example.
Why did you want to leave between y'all two?
Why? What's the purpose of that?
If you got a following, right? Ain't you gonna want your following to know what happened? Well, I was letting them know this.
Go.
And I'm gonna leave it between me and them.
Come on now, bro.
Okay.
Come on now,
Yeah. It is what it is.
bro. Come on now, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because you know what?
Yeah.
They off.
Yeah.
Clearly, incredibly passionate, both of us are, about various issues, many times sitting on opposite sides of the aisle or perspective.
Wait, real quick, bro. She said passionate we are. Let's see what passion is.
Right. Let's get the true definition of it. Let's get the true definition of passionate. Right. Because me and this brother, Arya, the Gadite, we have no understanding of passionate before we truly looked it up ourselves, and we get the understanding. You know what I'm saying? So this is us giving us the nation this understanding right now, if you don't know already.
I think most people know what it means, but what it is that, you know, sometimes you just gotta hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta actually hear it. Right?
Yep.
Even when you know the definition, sometimes you just gotta hear the definition.
Right, bro. You're right, bro. There's a lot of
we do this with passion. You know, we passionate about this truth, man. You know what I'm saying? So praise.
Bro, they done changed this thing, bro.
See that? You see that?
Because it said passion is of Christ, right? Now it's saying something different. Hey, because that's crazy.
They switching it all up nowadays, bro. Everything you find on technology or the internet, it's not the same.
Instead of Christ, bro. They changed
they changed it, bro.
Because they used to say, strong and uncontrollably bury emotion for God, for Christ. But now it says, yes.
Yeah, the death of Christ.
Yep. And it says strong and bearably controllable emotion. It says immense desire or enthusiasm for something. And it says intense sexual love. But it used to say, when we looked it up before, it said passion was like controllable for Christ.
It said the death.
Yes.
The death. Like,
that's crazy.
when you think of Christ dying, that's why we have the passion we have to this today.
That's crazy though. I can't even bring it up now because they changed it. And that's the thing with AI.
Oh, they probably they put it on the movie, The Passion of Christ.
Yeah. But if that's what they did,
that
though.
was the movie. That was the movie. It's called The Passion of Christ. I wonder what that.
Yeah, we had put
that
passion.
come up. Maybe that came.
We had looked up passion. We was like, what's the definition of passion?
Passion, bro.
And we looked it up, and it says the depth of Christ. That's literally what it said. Passion is the depth of Christ, like,
bro.
And we were like, it makes sense.
It
why
makes
we're so
sense.
passionate
Because we was trying to understand each other. Like, look,
Yeah.
why are you going so hard? Why are
Yep.
brothers telling you to calm down, bro?
Yep.
Yo, settle down, brother. You're going too hard.
Yep.
I feel like, you just going beyond and be over, right? And I need you to simmer down a little bit, right?
Yep.
But brother was like, wait, hold on. What is passionate? What does passion mean? What is the true definition of passion mean, bro?
I mean,
And they took it away, bro. I promise you, bro.
let me look up. Let me see
promise
if it's passionate.
Right, they took it away, bro. They had to, bro. They like, look, we cannot let these people know what's going on. We cannot.
Yeah.
We refuse.
Yeah, bro. Because even passion is saying showing or caused by strong feelings or a
See?
strong belief.
See?
Yeah, it's definitely going.
That's not it.
No,
That
'cause
is
it
not
was
what
passion. It was passion.
Yeah, it was
we looked up
passion.
passion that
Yeah,
day.
yeah. Come on.
So that's crazy. So we're gonna go back to the video, but that's crazy. They changing.
Woo.
All praise to the Most High for AI.
AI.
Of those where you can see eye to eye with someone and have common ground, move it forward. But when you don't, you let them know. And I think you saw that firsthand.
We did. I want to.
And why is it a female and an effeminate male?
God. Oh my God,
I'm
bro.
done.
Mention another area where you have been active. Fentanyl is killing young Americans, while Chinese.
We finna leave that. Right, so we out of there. We out of that one. Now we gotta go to. Yeah, we gotta go to the next.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI.
So imagine living in a country where different behaviors, the way you live, they have a social credit score, and if
right, so we finna get into the next thing because so now basically America is leaving their currency and they're moving to digital currency, right? So that's going into like the one world order, right? I gotta open up, my camera. So that's the first part, right? So the second part is now after you did that, because that was the same thing China did. They actually moved their currency from regular currency to digital currency. So now let's go into phase 2. Now we're in the phase 2. Right? So let's get into phase 2. Right? Let's go ahead and phase 2.
If you do good things, you get good scores. If you do bad things, you get points taken away from you, such as. So imagine living in a country where different behaviors, the way you live, they have a social credit score. And if you do good things, you get good scores. If you do bad things, you get points taken away from you, such as if you have bad driving or traffic offenses. If you watch too much porn, you lose points, okay? Jaywalking, smoking on trains, not cleaning up after your dog, you lose points on your social credit score. Not having your dog on a leash, you lose points. Not paying taxes, okay. Playing too many video games, you lose points. Making frivolous purchases, consuming too much alcohol or junk food, criticizing the government, you lose a lot of points, criticizing the social credit system, visiting unauthorized websites, being friends with or messaging others with low scores or those who commit the above offenses, you lose scores. You may say, there's no way something like this exists. There's a country out there called China that is using this system called the social credit score system that other countries are watching and saying, what a brilliant idea. We're going to talk about that today. So listen, quick warning, by the time you watch this video, you may be inspired to want to move to China because it's just such a wonderful place to live where people can control your decisions, your thoughts. You have a scoring system. So brace for impact. The inspiration is going to go higher the longer you stick around. But if this thing gives you value, make sure you give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. So by 2022, an estimated 80% of provinces, regions, and cities had introduced some version of the system. More than 33 million businesses in China have already been given a score under some version of the corporate social credit system, and China's social credit system rates individuals based on the aggregation and analysis of data. In some trials, they have involved a single.
Salaki, yeah, that's fair use, or fair use. These videos.
Yeah, I gotta say fair use as well, bro. But
Yeah,
hey, bro,
fair use.
it's gonna be real crazy, bro. Like,
yeah, because hey, this is mighty. Hey, this is gonna be something else right here, y'all. Y'all gotta really listen to this, man.
No, every video after this is gonna be something else. That first video was kind of like it's like riding a bicycle, right? Like the first video was like, hey, okay, you know, it was kind of like I want to get you a little in tune to what I'm gonna be doing. And then after that, it's like, hey, going forward, it's gonna get a little deeper and a lot harder.
Yeah.
And every video after that, it's gonna get a little tougher and a little more crazier. So I'm just saying, like you said, bro, fair use. All I can say is fair use.
It's for educational purposes only. You know what I mean? This is our thoughts. You know what I mean? Comments. Yeah, all praises.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, right? Because when things go in, hey, it might get crazier. No, it has to. Right here, man.
Here we go.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention.
Hopefully that everybody's paying attention, man.
Hopefully. Right. That's true. That's true, bro.
I'm gonna be so mad if my earpiece go out, bro, and I can't finish this. I need to hear this, brother. Cause I just want y'all to listen to this.
Hey, Elder, you gonna hear it.
You're gonna hear it.
The power not gonna go out yet.
Yeah. You got it.
Let it rock. Let's rock it, y'all. Come on, fair use.
I ain't gonna interrupt much.
Hey, Ariel, don't let me off. I'm gonna charge it, but I'm gonna still be on. All right. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta hear this.
this is crazy right here, right? Because he literally said that it'll give you lower social, like it'll give you a higher social status as far as doing the trains, visas, and then it said also your credit score, right? So that's crazy because it's like the same thing we're going through in America. Same thing. Like curses. I gotta pull it out.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah,
bro. Yeah. Barely. So static. Say something. Say something, Elder.
Yeah, y'all hear me?
Con. Yep. We muted you.
So I'm gonna let my earpiece charge a bit, but I just want to listen. I ain't gonna be able to say too much, but I'm, if I can, I'll jump in a little bit. I know it's wild.
Con. So so we gotta address that, right? Because he said, let's go back to that video so we can hear what he was saying. That's crazy right there because it's literally letting you know that if you don't obey the laws of whoever it is, right, then now you can't do the things that you want to do.
Can't do it.
Right? You can't do the things that you can't do. And now it goes crazy, right? It kind of hurts, man.
It do.
It kind of hurts. So now, hey, it's over for thou, right? Like now, you can't do things, man. You can't do the things you want to do. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Travel. You can't see your family. You can't go a place you want to go. Right? Hey, it's kind of crazy, man.
And let me ask you this, bro. Do you kind of fall in line with the oppressor tell you what to do?
Hey. I'm not definitely gonna fall in line. I can't fall in line.
Guess what?
What?
You was hanged.
Yeah.
You was the one that was hanged.
I'm definitely was hanged. Am I gonna be next? Is it gonna be me? Hey, right? Like, hey, that was the thing that you were doing.
Bro, we laughing now, but this shit is so fucking serious that if you signed up for this, this is the count that you gotta cost. This is the cut.
Oh yeah, you going to jail, buddy. You going to Yo, buddy. Hey, you're going to jail,
Ariana,
buddy.
where's the video?
Huh? You said, what'd you say? What'd you say, Elder?
Nah, he on mute. He on mute. He on mute.
Yeah. What'd you say, Elder?
No, he on mute, bro. Look.
Yeah. He said something, didn't he?
What the?
So
We can't hear nothing. If he's on mute, he on. Hold on. Take him off mute.
I can't.
You see?
Not if you want it.
Now, for businesses, number one, compliance and behavior monitoring. Businesses are monitored for regulatory compliance, the fulfillment of contractual obligations, and overall corporate behavior, including environmental practices and product quality. Number two, ratings impact. A company's rating can affect its business to financing, eligibility for government contracts, and even its ability to participate in market. In certain markets, high ratings may offer advantages like tax incentives and better loans, while low ratings can lead to increased inspections, sanctions, and restricted opportunities. So now you may say, Pat, give me a break. I mean, this kind of stuff you read on the internet, people make videos. There's no way this is true. Business Insider gave a lot of different testimonies of examples of this happened in China. Here's a couple stories for you. A Chinese university suspended a student's enrollment because of his dad's bad social credit. This kid, his student enrollment was suspended because his dad's got a bad score. The father, surnamed Rao, had failed to repay a $29,000 loan and was added to debtors' blacklist that prevented the university from accepting.
Brother. Hey, now we got to go. And we got to go and we got to deal with that, right? Because that's actually the curses. He said the kid didn't go because of the father. Right?
Come
That's
on
the
now,
curses,
bro.
man.
Yo.
Crazy, man. He said the son couldn't go to college because of the father's error. We've been going through that for a while, so for the heathen to go through it,
Right?
what is that like?
I know it's like 30, 31.
No, it's
Deuteronomy, right?
yeah, 28, but it's where you can't do anything.
I want you to go to 30.
It's not 30 because
30, 31. It's between 30.
it says in the want of all things.
Oh no. That's 28 and 27. Deuteronomy 28 and 27. Let's read it. Oh no, it's not. 40, no, 28 and 47. 47?
I think you might be right. It's somewhere there.
28 and 47. Yeah.
Yep. This the 48. This is the book of Deuteronomy 28, 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which Yahweh shall send against thee in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. So, hey, I just want to bring that out because, hey, you got to kind of bow down to your enemy, right?
Oh, yo, if you guess what tell me right now, Aria, if you're not bowing down to your enemy in this land right now, in this given day, what are you doing?
Hey,
are you keeping this law?
No.
Why is that you're not keeping this law, bro?
You thought you were right.
You know, can read it in Romans. Romans said, if it be possible.
If it be possible, what?
Let's pull up for them, bro. No, we gotta give it to them. Romans, it's either 9. I don't think it's 9. It's in Romans though. It said if be possible to be at meat or peaceable with all mankind. Right? All that look at this video, if you do not have the understanding of this scripture, we are going to tell you this day, right now. What is this scripture telling you? Because a lot of us kind of like fault at this. We like neglect it. Like, look, I hear what the scripture is saying, but I'm not gonna abide by it. I'm not, we can do that. A lot of us do that. We read the Bible, right? It doesn't resonate with my spirit. I disagree. If it disagree, why is it in Romans, whatever chapter it is? Because it's in a chapter. We about to pull it up. Bro, what? Romans 12 and verse 18. If brother or sister, if you do not obey by this one book, chapter, or verse, guess what? You saying basically, I'm looking at the Most High in his eye, and I'm saying the hell with him. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. That's what you're saying. That's literally what you're saying. We can read it. Romans chapter 12 and verse 18, and it reads, if it be possible. What does that mean right there, King? Sloggy King. No, Sloggy King. Pause. That's a apocryph? No, that's a quotation mark. No. Is it a see, when we read like questionary, like look, like you gotta say it with proudness. You gotta say it out loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you gotta stop what you're reading and give it a pause. Give it a pause, right?
Yep.
All of this is of spelling. You learn this in school. You learn this in elementary, junior high, high school. If you skip elementary straight to high school, you were different. You were different. You know what I'm saying? You were different. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to you, spelling and reading, it goes a long way, because you might not know how to do that. You might not. I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying it's a proper way of doing it. It's a balance, because we can read shit all out of line. He can read something, and somebody else is reading with him, they ain't gonna get no understanding. I guarantee that. You know why? Because he didn't do it the proper way. Yep, he ain't do it the proper way. Because that person might learn on a different level. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, we done heard somebody say, "Yo, read slowly." Yo, read slow for me, because y'all read so fast, I don't get the understanding. And we get that. We be mindful, and we like, yo, our nation don't understand right then and given there, because the Most High don't give it to them right away. They don't deserve it. There's something that you don't deserve that it's not given to you right then and there. We all had to accept it. This brother's been in it for 30, 40 years. That's getting understanding right now. Right now. That's been in this truth for 40 to 30 years. But that don't, like, you don't disannul them or like put them on the back burner because they was taught 30 years ago. And brothers that's on the internet traveling, messages getting to Russia, Australia, China, South America, you know what I'm saying? Canada. All these messages is, you can't say in this last given day, you cannot say that this message is not everywhere. That's a lie. So now we got the internet, we got AI. AI is ruling. AI is ruling right now. I want to be the one to tell y'all. Everybody paying attention, almost everybody, because there's got to be a balance. It has to be a balance all the time. It has to be a balance. The balance is the ones that mercies, the one that worship Yahweh by Shem Yahushai, they do the same thing every single day. They get up, they worship him. They pray to him. They honor him. Right? They show brothers and sisters how to do the same thing. That's a chain of reaction. If it's like one guideline, if they got one food system, you eat this from the beginning of your day, and the last thing you eat of the day is this. That's a system. That is literally a system. You can show it in the pyramid. We show that. The pyramid, it showed the food of chain of reaction. Like, look, I can eat fish, I can eat salad, I can eat vegetables, I can eat meat. But what type of meat am I eating, though? You know what I'm saying? When you involve pork or abominable food, any abominable food you are putting in, we are not about that shit. We are against it. It's in every advertisement. It's in every commercial. I asked brother, I'm like, yo, why is it in every commercial, bro? Why is it in every commercial, bro? Does it have to be in every commercial, bro? Can you, calm down on the pork? Calm down on it. Yo, swine, can you calm down on it? Can you? Is it in you? Is it in you to calm down on it, bro? Can it be plain cheese?
No. So let's get back to the credit system, right? Because this is where it's going. It's going to America and the one government with China and everybody else, right? So that being said, I'm going to go back to the videos.
His son. Here's another one for you. Li Xiaolin, a lawyer who was deemed untrustworthy after not fulfilling a court order in 2015, was placed on the list and was unable to purchase plane tickets home. While on a work trip, Human Rights Watch reported he also couldn't apply for credit cards. Here's another one for you. An unidentified woman in Beijing told BBC in 2015 that she was able to book a hotel without having to pay cash deposit because she had a very good score. Can you imagine? She just kind of follows everything, conforming to everything. You can book your hotel because you got such a fantastic social credit score. A 32-year-old entrepreneur who only gave his name as Chen told Foreign Policy in 2018 that I feel like in the past 6 months, people's behavior has gotten better and better. For example, when we drive, now we always stop in the front of crosswalks. If you don't, you will lose your points. At first, we just worried about losing points, but now we got used to it. So now you're watching this, you may be saying, well, Pat, what's wrong with that? You notice even this fellow named Chen said that 6 months later, people are getting better, right? Why shouldn't we support something like that in America or a different country? Well, let me give you this episode from Black Mirror. It's called Nosedive. In this episode, Lacey Pound, in this episode, you get to interact with somebody. If you like the way they're taking care of you, give them a score, 5-star. Great job. Hey, you look so great. 5-star. Hey, you gave me a nice compliment. 5-star. Everybody's kind of like scoring themselves, others based on interaction they're having. And this girl, Lacey, her score is 4.2, and she's trying to get this apartment discount at this luxury apartment community. It's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I can't get into this place. She's being invited to this wedding by her friend filled with a bunch of 5-stars. So she's like, dude, I got to go there so I can increase mine from 4.2 to 4.5 so I can go live in this luxury place. Anyways, on the way there, she's starting to have some bad experiences. One of the drivers she goes with has a terrible score. She loses a point off of it. Then she's getting more and more agitated. Eventually, she makes it to this wedding. But when she's at the wedding, she's so angry. She's so furious. Her score is dropped to a 2. And her friends at the wedding, they're like, dude, you cannot be here because you're going to hurt our score. She gets arrested. She goes to jail. When she goes to jail, her score is a 0. And at jail, when her score is a 0, there's another fellow there who's also got a score of 0. You know what they realized? They start cursing each other out with a smile on their faces. And they found out how happy they are to be able to say whatever they want to say. Hence, freedom of speech. Hence, you ain't got that in China. As much as that episode is a fiction trying to kind of mess with your head type of an episode, China is forcing you to act like you're happy and do all the right things to control you. Meanwhile, you don't have the freedom to be you, and you're losing a part of your ability, your identity. And by the way, aside from the earlier when I told you the whole 17.5 times they prevented people from flying, booking flights in 2018, there's a whole other things. They got 5.5 million people that are blacklisted for social credit offenses, prevented from buying train tickets. 5.5 million times we're talking about. So even a report was released saying that once discredited, you're limited everywhere. So can you imagine you're like discredited here? Everywhere else you go when you try to live a normal life, you're going to have the same kind of limitations on being able to have access to things that people with higher social credit scores are going to have. And by the way, if you're watching this and you could never live in a country like this isn't China. Thank God it's not in your country yet. Or is it? Because it is kind of getting some elements of it in Australia. Australia has its immigration policy of good character, test for residency. Germany has an element of it. India's flirting with this as well. But recently we saw what happened with the Canada truckers. Anybody who was in perimeter of protests, they locked their bank accounts and GoFundMe. And this even prompted Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to invoke his country's Emergency Act for the first time in Canadian history to quell the unrest. It gave the police sweeping new powers to go after the finances of the protesters. Later, Canadian authorities said that they were lifting freezes on hundreds of bank accounts associated with protest organizers and Canadians who had blockaded Ottawa streets with their vehicles. Obviously, Justin Trudeau's inspired by what they're doing in China. Maybe he wants to turn Canada into China, but we don't know. And by the way, even in the States, feds monitor bank records for gun and Bible purchases. Words like MAGA and Trump. Customers were calling for a boycott of Bank of America after a report that the bank handed over the account information of hundreds of innocent people in connection with the January 6th deadly riots at the Capitol. At the request of the FBI, the country's second largest bank allegedly snooped through information of anyone making certain purchases in and around Washington and handed over the information of 211 people, according to Fox News, Tucker Carlson at the time. Look, if you're watching this right now, let me paint a picture that maybe it'll make sense to you. You know how, as a kid, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to get in trouble. I got 4 of them. They make mistakes all the time and they're going to get in trouble. Remember when you were a kid and we made mistakes? There's different kind of parents. One of the types of parents were the helicopter parents that just like they're hovering over everything you do, right? And we're watching a movie, It. One of the boys, the mom is like, no, he's going to get sick. No, he's going to do this. And the kid is always afraid, right? Or watching a movie with Adam Sandler, what's the movie's name? Waterboy, right? Where the mother's like, no, my son can't do that. You can't date this. And she's afraid of losing the son. Maybe you love your kid. Sure you do. But how much you want to control your kids? Your kids are going to make mistakes. You made mistakes. I made mistakes. They're going to make mistakes. Then take that as the government and treating 42-year-olds as if you're 9 years old. What? I understand law and order. I go rob a bank, go to jail. You kill somebody, you go to jail. Different levels of crime. You sell maybe weed, you're smoking yourself. Maybe we make illegal. Distribution may be different. Cocaine, different. different levels. Totally get it. We should have levels for all that stuff. But for this to watch every single thing that you're doing to control your behavior, you know what that officially means? If a society says yes to it and you conform, eventually you're nothing, you're just a robot. And that government owns you. But by the way, long term, this is not sustainable.
You have to confirm yourself as an individual right now in this given day and age that you are a robot. You have to accept that. They gave us, because in the ancient time, they didn't give us that. They gave us that, but we wasn't applying by it. We were like, no, fuck that. No, I'm not going to go against my God. We're not going to resort to that. We're not. So in this given age right now, guess what? Anything that's handed to us, we take it with no remorse. We're not even second guessing it. We like, assassinate, government of finance, like government, appeal. Yep. The government advised us to take these things, right, Elder? Right? And in these last days, what can we take from the government that's approving for us, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let Elder speak. Hold on, Sloggy. Elder. I don't know if it says.
No, so hey, so he's right. Hey, we gotta damn figure out what's going on, man. So we're gonna keep going.
Yeah, now we have yeah, calm.
So let's go. So we're finna go to the next video, right?
Because anybody that's a creative, anybody that's an entrepreneur, anybody that, the new inventions, when they go break the rules and create something new that's revolutionary for all of us, those types of people cannot coexist in a Chinese society, because what that prevents is having to break the rules to build something new that's innovative for everybody else. But in this kind of an environment, the only thing you can do is steal the ideas from America and just copy it, not create it. Make sense? So this whole concept of what they're doing there, for some of you that are watching, it's like, I don't have to worry about this. That'll never happen in my country. Oh, really? You're 1 leader away from this happening in your country. 1 leader away who wants to control everything that you're doing from this happening in your country. So what's the solution? Only the paranoid survive. In the army, they used to say, stay alert, stay alive. Always make sure that you're keeping your eyes open to see what's going to be taking place in China. We're living in this society right now, and there's a reason why they have a negative net migration going on in China. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you enjoyed the video, there's another video to watch. We did a video specifically on CBDC. I'm sure you've heard of the concept CBDC.
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your bill yet. So I found this website.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now, the Chinese are also ranked, given a mark out of a possible 950 points. A score in the 700s is considered good. Around the 500 mark is not. For now, the number is a sort of bank credit rating, keeping track of everyone's spending habits.
I think being ranked is a good thing. A society has to have rules. It forces us to be well behaved.
It may seem scary, but it's just like that here. We're used to it. And anyway, we don't have a choice.
But in an effort to keep all of its subjects in line, Beijing is taking the system a step further in 2020. It's aggregating data gathered by banks, private companies, and the state to rate if someone's a good or bad citizen.
By using the most data possible, the so-called big data, the system will play an important role in rebuilding a moral society.
The state will go over every detail of a person's life with a fine-tooth comb: their financial situation, spending habits, career, even behavior on social media. Criticizing the government online or displaying outward signs of wealth is a no-no. On the other hand, praising the party or giving blood increases your social credit. Xiaowen Wang is a model citizen. She lives in Nanjing, a testing ground for social ranking. Married with a child, she has a job in a retirement home, no debts, and she wouldn't dream of jaywalking.
As a good citizen, I respect the rules of the road. If I didn't, I'd lose points on my social credit.
In theory, everything can be taken into account in the social score, even the most innocuous errands like supermarket shopping. When Xiaowen Wang makes an electronic payment, her purchases tell the state a lot about her. Buying cigarettes would count against her. On the other hand, nappies show she's an attentive mother. Beer could indicate alcoholism. She'd be better off buying water. In this pilot city of 8 million people, there are only 18,000 model citizens. For Xiaowen Wang, there are perks to be had, such as paying half price for the bus.
I get discounts for all public services, even at museums. And the library is free for me, thanks to my score.
A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens.
It's a matter of principle. Those people have to be condemned.
Those people aren't honest, so they have to pay the price.
It's only right to pay your debts. You have to blacklist those that don't.
The Supreme Court has created a blacklist for so-called bad citizens, those whose ratings have dropped to 0. On it are companies, but also 23 million people to date. Among them is this journalist Liu Hu. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. After being sued for defamation by the subject of a story he'd written, he was blacklisted. He only realized when he tried to buy a train ticket and was told he was banned from traveling.
That tells me I'm still on the blacklist.
Punished because he's been branded untrustworthy by the state.
Once you're blacklisted, you can no longer get a bank loan, start a business, buy an apartment, or even send your children to a private school.
Yu Hu is among a tiny minority of people who have dared to criticize the system, which some are calling a digital dictatorship.
I worry, because I think many people like me will be deprived of individual freedoms, and all of us will live with restrictions of one kind or another.
After our meeting, Yu Hu learned that his name had been removed from the blacklist, but he still has a long way to go if he doesn't want to languish at the bottom of the social credit hierarchy.
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your next bill yet. So I found this website.
What if I told you that a 150-year-old letter might hold the blueprint for 2 world wars, and perhaps even a third one? In 1871, Albert Pike, an American Civil War general and high-ranking Freemason, allegedly penned a letter to his fellow Mason Giuseppe Mazzini. In that letter, Pike outlined a startling plan for 3 global conflicts, each designed to reshape the world toward a unified order. Today, skeptics call it a forgery, while conspiracy theorists swear by its chilling accuracy. Let's explore what this infamous letter says, and why its very existence remains in doubt. First of all, who was Albert Pike? Albert Pike, 1809 to 1891, was a lawyer, Confederate general, and longtime leader of the Scottish Rite in the United States. He authored Morals and Dogma, a philosophical work still studied in Masonic lodges. Yet it's the rumored 1871 letter, never seen in any official archive, that has captured the imagination of conspiracy buffs around the globe. The prophecy first surfaced in 1958, when Canadian naval officer William Guy Carr published Pawns in the Game. Carr claimed he'd discovered Pike's letter in the British Museum, detailing 3 wars meant to overthrow monarchies, crush ideologies, and pave the way for a singular world government. According to the letter, the First World War was engineered to destroy the Russian Tsarist regime and install communism as a force in Europe. By 1917, the Bolsheviks indeed seized power, seemingly fulfilling Pike's first prediction. World War II, Nazism and Zionism. The Second World War, Pike supposedly wrote, would ignite when fascist forces rose and then fell. It would weaken Europe, allowing communism to spread further, and culminate in the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. In 1948, Israel was established. Another detailed conspiracy theorists point to as proof. World War III, East versus West. In Pike's view, the Third World War would pit political Zionists against the leaders of the Islamic world, dragging all other nations into a final, devastating struggle. The goal, mutual destruction, followed by a global awakening to the horrors of absolute atheism and savagery. A question of authenticity, but here's the catch. No original 1871 letter has ever been produced. The British Museum and British Library both deny ever holding such a document. Scholars point to anachronistic references, like Nazism and political Zionism, words unlikely to have existed in Pike's day. Many conclude the entire prophecy is a 20th century invention, crafted to feed fear of a hidden new world order. But why Mazzini? If the letter is real, or clever fiction, it's addressed only to Giuseppe Mazzini, the Italian revolutionary who dreamed of a unified republic. Conspiracy writers suggest Pike chose Mazzini because of his European network of secret societies, making him the perfect co-conspirator in a transatlantic scheme. Today, the so-called Pike letter survives only in books and websites. Its authenticity remains unverified, locked in a vault of rumor and speculation. Was it genuine correspondence between 2 powerful Masons? Or merely a sensational hoax, born in the Cold War era's climate of distrust? Whether fact or fiction, the legend of Pike's 3 world wars continues to intrigue and alarm those who believe in a hidden hand shaping our history. What do you think? Let us know in the comments below.
Let me respawn in Rome, please. Yes!
Our city currently has a population of 9. A farmer? I definitely need you. Aha! We have 21 now. Next, I gotta build houses for them. Too many things I need to spend money on, so I'll just build simple houses for the time being. Build a road first. Limited funds. Let's make do with this dirt road first. Agriculture is important too. Grow rice here, here, and here. What?
China's social credit system. Now, a lot of people either try to make excuses for it or they try to talk about how bad it actually is. I'm here to tell you that it's probably not what you think, but it in fact is probably much worse than you think. Everyone likes to make this comparison of China's social credit system to the episode of Black Mirror, where the woman is basically in a dystopian future where everyone has this app and they're basically rated on their popularity, whether people like them, and they're rated out of 5 stars and they're segregated as such. So, for example, car rental companies won't rent to people below a certain score. People will judge you for being below a certain threshold, not invite you to events. Companies might reject you from jobs. But anyway, all of this is based on the ability of everybody else being able to rate each other. So it's not really the same as China's social credit system in that in China, nobody is rating each other. Another misconception I'd like to get out of the way first is comparing it to the credit system, the credit score system of the US. So think of things like FICO. Most of you are probably familiar with a financial credit score that rates your financial trustworthiness. It's intended to give creditors an indication of risk and how likely you are to repay your loan commitments. However, outside of transactions, a bad credit score does not prevent you from seeing your family or enrolling your kids in public school. In China, an individual's finances, social media activities, credit history, health records, online purchases, tax payments, legal matters, and people you associate with, in addition to images gathered from China's 200 million surveillance cameras and facial recognition software. By the way, do the math. That is one surveillance camera for every 7 citizens. So what I want to talk to you today about is how actually your social credit score is rated, what it means for you, how you gain and lose points, and how the kind of tier system, the caste system that they've created actually affects people in China. A huge shout out to Jordan Harbinger podcast. I was recently a guest with Winston over on his podcast, and it was super fun. And seriously, before the episode on me and Winston comes out on the podcast, before that's publicly released, go check out his other stuff because he's interviewed some of the most fascinating people I've ever seen. And I love his interview approach. And also, I've been binging all of his content. So I promise you, if you like my content, you'll definitely like his content. So go check it out. So it's super interesting. As you guys probably know, I lived in China for over 10 years. And the first place that China tried to roll this out, or at least test, was in northern China in the province of Shandong, in this city called Rongcheng. And Rongcheng is actually a place I've spent a bunch of time in. I've actually thoroughly researched the area, but I also filmed with my friend an entire part of our documentary, Conquering Northern China, in this area. And we filmed it right before they rolled out the social credit system. Thankfully, we've kept in contact with people from there, and we've been able to talk to them about how it's affected their lives. Now, I got to preface this first by saying Rongcheng, this area of Shandong province, it's always been a sweetheart to the government. So they got the sweetheart status in the government. When we were there, we rode our motorcycles throughout most of this area of the province, and we saw it was being used to test out these wide boulevards, model farms, wind projects, preserved tourist villages, very clean and organized fishing methods and things like this. It was kind of mind-blowing to see this Potemkin village-esque, almost North Korea-esque level of fakeness being put on, because it was almost like this poster child of China was used for its propaganda purposes. The system was being rolled out through the country, but Rongcheng is fully documented. And I actually found the Chinese documents used to build the social credit system. So no more bullshit about the matrix and looking at people with big data and oh, this person does this and blah, 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 blah. I actually found the framework and the documents used by the Chinese government to roll out their social credit system. So keep in mind, this is how the social credit system is being experimented with, and then eventually how it was rolled out to other areas. So this is in its purest form. The government basically divvied out 1,000 points to its citizens, and they're kept by local Communist Party officials. This is their baseline. So you can either go above 1,000 or you can go below 1,000. But basically, before we talk about what gives and takes away points, I want to tell you guys how their tier system works. So it's very ironic that in China, a communist country, people are rated based on their credit worthiness, right? So they have this tier system, a caste system, basically, that puts people really high up or really low. The highest tier is called AAA. Of course, that is the best. It is called model of credit worthiness. If you have 1,050 points or higher, so this means you went above the baseline, you get some benefits, right? The second tier is called AA, or exceptional creditworthiness. This is basically the same benefits of AAA. There's no difference, but I'm feeling like if you are missing that extra A, if you're just a AA, I would feel super subpar to my neighbor. If he's a AAA, I'm only a AA, but then I'd probably throw in an excuse related to battery size.
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to get up to $3 million in funding. Sounds too
to make myself feel better. Anyway, the next level is the A creditworthiness, and this one comes in 3 different flavors. You got A+, A, and A-. So this is when you're kind of hovering around, what they divvied out in the beginning. These are your benefits. You get to be entered on a list to be used as a model in publicity. So you give the ability to the government to use you as a model citizen for publicity. Wow, awesome. you get priority in school enrollment and other social assistance. So this is scary. This is a few Chinese social programs that they actually have. You have to be an A to kind of get priority assistance for these things. And school enrollment is supposed to be completely non-competitive in terms of what schools you go to outside of your grades. So now it's changing to that if you are not a good model citizen, your kids don't get to go to good schools, which is terrifying. You get preferential care in employment, social assistance, and you get preference over equally qualified competitors in promotion or retention. So this is in jobs and work and things like this. And by the way, I'm not talking about some like secret speculation. These are the official documents that say this. If you're an A, you get treated as a better person. Next is relatively creditworthy. So that's when you've dipped below 1,000, right? You're locked into it for 2 years. And what happens now is if you're in a B tier, you're probably going to get lectures and visits from people, the government officials, and they're going to tell you how you can improve your score, right? But you're going to be locked in there in like probation for 2 years. Now, when you drop down to a C, when you're at like 849 points, you're locked in there for 3 years before you can move up to a B even. More visits from officials. They're going to be watching you, making sure you're on good behavior. They're going to be scrutinizing you in daily life. You're going to be on a list now. Now, this list won't go to the full public with all of your information, address, age, what you did wrong, blah, blah, but it will go to other government officials. So they said it will go to a limited audience. When you drop to the lowest tier, and this is D, this is called not creditworthy. Basically, it's like if you talk about Indian caste system, it's the untouchables. You're locked into level D for 5 years, right? So this is, when you're locked into D, you're talking about the officials are coming to visit you all the time. They can cancel any government funding that you have. So not just temporarily suspend it. We're talking about canceling the government subsidies. You go on a blacklist, and this is public. All Ds will go public. So publicly disclosing the information on their untrustworthiness. They can revoke all of your titles. So if you had a PhD or scientific discoveries, you'll have that erased, right? You can't get a loan, and you can actually lose your job over this. So if it's tied to what happened, like what you did to be untrustworthy according to the government, they can actually completely get rid of your qualifications and actually strip away your job. So you're locked into there for 5 years. But what you have to understand is that there's all kinds of direct judgment factors. So the Chinese government actually says if you commit an intentional crime, right, this brings you to the bottom of D. It's not like some sort of sliding scale here. If you went out there and did something bad on purpose, you just straight go down to D. But let me make one thing super clear. If you are a political dissident or you speak out against the government, you're screwed either way. The Communist Party of China will just lock you up or disappear.
What? It said literally, like, no matter what, if you're against the government, that we have to be at the pinnacle. I gotta rewind that. What? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I heard it, bro.
You'll have that erased, right? You can't get a loan, and you can actually lose your job over this. So if it's tied to what happened, like what you did to be untrustworthy according to the government, they can actually completely get rid of your qualifications and actually strip away your job. So you're locked into there for 5 years. But what you have to understand is that there's all kinds of direct judgment factors. So the Chinese government actually says if you commit an intentional crime, right, this brings you to the bottom of D. It's not like some sort of sliding scale here. If you went out there and did something bad on purpose, you just straight go down to D. But let me make one thing super clear. If you are a political dissident or you speak out against the government, you're screwed either way.
Or if you speak
the Communist Party
against,
of China will.
Or if you speak out against the government, you're screwed anyway. I'm
dumb, bro. I'm fucking dumb, bro. I'm done. That's the pinnacle, like the epitome, like this. It's the high up, right? The highest. What can you go against that?
Yeah, but you gotta replay that.
Right. This brings you to the bottom of D. It's not like some sort of sliding scale here. If you went out there and did something bad on purpose, you just straight go down to D. But let me make one thing super clear. If you are a political dissident or you speak
If you're a political dissident, right? Go ahead.
out against the government, you're screwed either way.
You're screwed either way.
Bro, he didn't give an ultimatum. He didn't give a route out that was good. I know you could go out this right and you'd be all right. He said it's
You're
no
screwed. Yeah, you're screwed either way.
Either way, bro.
The Communist Party of China will just lock you up or disappear you. Okay, this is not a country with a rule of law. This is more of a system to coerce and influence future behavior and to standardize it for greater and ultimate control over the population.
I was just living what some people call the American dream. But
so now that you know all these tiers, right, I actually wanted to break down and make it super easy on some of the ways you can gain or lose them. Now there's like 1,000 different ways you can gain or lose points, but I'll highlight some random ones. And what I want to do is take the average Joe, and I mean ZHOU, and we're going to make two of them. We're going to make Hao Joe and we're going to make Huai Joe. And Hao means good and Huai means bad. And they're both going to start with 1,000 points. And we're going to go through some of the things that they're going to do good and some of the things that they'll do bad with the same baseline to see where they end up. If you overdraft on your credit card or your bank, minus 10 points. If you return lost money, we're talking 10,000 RMB or more. And this is probably returning lost money to the government, by the way. If you just somehow come across it, that's not leading people to scams at all. That's plus 10 points. If you use WeChat, forums, blogs, or other internet technology, so just the internet, to publish and transmit negative information, that's minus 50. And that's just negative. That's negative information about the government. If you disseminate false speech, incitement, or cause trouble on WeChat groups, however, so not like person to person, that's minus 30. So sending a message literally on social media can knock you down minus 50. Right now? And if you do it in a WeChat group, that's minus 30. If you report illegal conduct, such as people participating in feudal superstition, so Chinese religions, environmental pollution, or participation in cult or
Say, bro.
They said I could be wrong. They said superstitial, like if Japanese and Chinese is different, you could coexist. You could come in line with one another. Like you could bring it all together. We gotta stop segregating and like dividing. That's their agenda. They don't want you to divide and separate.
Hey, that's the actual title of the lesson. One world united. Right? Like they want it to be one world united. So, hey, what's going on and what these videos are saying don't even make sense. Let's finish this video out. And we have our last final thoughts.
organizations. That's a plus 10. So basically, if you're a rat, you get plus 10. If you don't accept the investigations from the officers that are trying to look into why you're breaking laws or breaking rules or you're losing social credit, if you don't allow them to come collect evidence on you, that's another minus 20 points. If you are a part of a community, which everyone is in China, basically the community has like a Communist Party head. And if you go around and help them get information on all the people that are staying there, because keep in mind, you can't just randomly stay in a random place in China. You have to register. It's a very archaic system under Chairman Mao. It still exists. If you go around and get that information on who's currently there and then report back to the Communist Party of China, you get plus 3 points. Tax evasion, minus 100 points. Seriously, though, the entire system of China is tax evasion, and it's led by the tax officials. All right, that's just kind of how it works. If you help the community resolve a major dispute between neighbors, plus 10 points. I think that takes some pressure off the cops. If you go into the traffic stuff, if you get a fine between 500 and 2,000 RMB, which is really easy to do, especially if you go a tiny bit over the speed limit because of the speed cameras everywhere in China, that's a minus 10 points. But also, if you get a parking ticket twice, that's minus 10 points as well. If you set off firecrackers, dance in a square, like those old women that like to do that, without properly applying for a permit, playing with a spinning top, I'm not joking, I'm quoting this, and using a high-pitched radio horn to produce noise, or raising animals that interfere with other people's lives, that's a minus 5. And if you've been to China, you'd know why they might want to consider a law like that. Illegally holding classes, that's minus 50 points. So if you're teaching people anything, really, it's minus 50 points. They don't want people to having underground meetings, basically. It needs to be in a CCP run or looked at school. If you help the cops capture criminals or provide evidence, basically ratting them out, you get plus 20 points on that one. Surprise, surprise. If you dance in a square, like those old women that like to do that, without properly applying for a permit, playing with a spinning top, I'm not joking, I'm quoting this, and using a high-pitched radio horn to produce noise, or raising animals that interfere with other people's lives, that's a minus 5. And if you've been to China, you'd know why they might want to consider a law like that. Illegally holding.
Go ahead, gang.
What? What?
I want to bring out Matthew's. Is it 22 and 9? Is it 22 and 9? Like Matthew 22 and 9. Is it a given? Like, is this something that we have to obey by? And this is what we create this channel for. Like, the brother already said it. Yo, give your comments out. State your opinion. Because we could go through it together as one. If you read Amos 3:3, it says, "Can two walk together unless they are in agreement?" Right? It says, "Go ye therefore into the highways, and as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage." Yo, there's a lot of homophobic spirit right now in the world. Like Cameron, Dipset, most individuals that's from Harlem created a narrative, right? If you say a homosexual comment, or it's just kind of like, that's gay. That's gay to me. That's faggot. You know, that's not a pleasing. That's not pleasing to me. Pause. No Diddy. That's to me that's what I'm just saying for myself. You being over righteous, because there's a lot of scriptures. So that goes on and on, like you overwrite when the Most High say that we are the bride. We the nation of Israel, Yasharallah, are the bride. Like we basically the women. So what do you have to say about that? Do you go against that? You don't approve of that? You don't approve of it? Yeah, nah, I don't really. My spirit don't coexist with it. Nah, that shit gay as fuck. What you just said. Pause. No Diddy. Bro, you being over righteous, bro. Like, it's no structure with you. Nigga, everything gotta be offensive. That's like you against that. Like, does it have to be gay and effeminate?
Yep.
Because everything's not effeminate, bro. That means you don't believe in a false balance, bro. You don't believe in that shit. You think all things are gay, or all things are straight. It's either way, bro. Because if they channel your channel, like they dissing all of it, like they what suspend it. Let's just say they suspend your channel, bro. It's because of something that they don't approve of. It's not what you don't approve of. It's something that they don't approve of. They control everything. If you believe that the Rothschild, the Rockefeller, the Jesuits, the elites of the world runs everything, guess what? You have no power over that, bro. You can state your opinion. You can state your cause. That's the Most High doing that. That's not you doing that by yourself. That's the Most High doing that. When they disannul that, they say, fuck that. He's saying too much. Let's shut him up. That's not the Most High. Because the Most High wants you to give out this message. Merciful God. So, I yield with that, bro.
Classes, that's minus 50 points. So if you're teaching people anything, really, it's minus 50 points. They don't want people to having underground meetings, basically. It needs to be in a CCP run or looked at school. If you help the cops capture criminals or provide evidence, basically ratting them out, you get plus 20 points on that one. Surprise, surprise. If you violate reproductive planning policies, meaning you break the 2-child policy in that you have 3 children, or you don't allow the government to sterilize you, which actually does happen in the government reproductive planning buildings throughout the countryside, that's minus 40. So if you have an extra kid, bye-bye social credit. If you donate organs unpaid, so you're not getting paid for them, plus 100 points. And I'm assuming you have to donate organs of family members, because I'm pretty sure you probably shouldn't be donating organs of people you don't know or your own. If you're donating your own organs, you probably wouldn't be, alive to have a social credit score, but whatever. Unauthorized renovation of houses, minus 5. But if you receive a national level reward, plus 100 points. So I wonder if my presidential PE award counts from gym class. If you make a tombstone that's too big, like it exceeds the area and height limits, minus 100 points. And that's crazy. No land is in short supply, but that's nuts. If your kid joins the army, plus 5 points. Now this one's interesting. In China, in the Constitution of China, you have the ability as a citizen to petition to Beijing directly to the government if you have a grievance and if it's not being resolved, right? So petitioning to the government doesn't mean you can go out and protest. It means you can go file a petition letter. Now, what happens is if you submit a petition, so here in Shandong, we have Rongcheng, which is like a small city, then Weihai, which is the bigger city of its area, right? And then you have Beijing, which is the capital of China. If you petition a complaint to Weihai, like the next up city, rather than petitioning to Rongcheng, you get minus 10 points. So they're actively trying to stop people from petitioning to higher officials. If you petition to a provincial level, like straight up to Shandong, that's minus 20. And if you petition directly to Beijing, that's minus 50. So literally, if you have a problem that you need resolved and you need the government to help you with, if you go to Beijing to petition, you literally lose 50 social credit points, even though it's in the Constitution. Think about that for a second. They just literally want people's problems to be confined to their area so that they can micromanage and control them. if your kid receives a recreational award or a sports award on a provincial level, you're going to get a plus 20 social credit points. So you think about like Timmy wins state championships in with his football team. Your social credit points just went up. Another way to lose points is if you get criticism. So there's this thing called self-criticism in China. If you work in the party or you work even in a company, if you do something wrong or the boss thinks you did something wrong, you have to do a self-criticism. And a self-criticism is where you have to make a statement or say in front of everybody like why you're wrong. If you're ordered to have one of those, that's -5. If they circulate it, if they actually put it in the newspaper and they'll be like, this so-and-so was bad because of this reason. If that happens in the city newspaper, -10. If it goes all the way up to Weihai, like the bigger city, if that gets circulated there, then that's -30. And I think you can see the trend here. This is kind of how Chinese media works, is there's stages. It goes super local, higher, 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 higher. And the higher up you go, the worse it is for your social credit score. Now, if we look at these tallies here, you can kind of understand how this works nominally. So what it looks like to me is that the government really is using this social credit system as ultimate control, almost like a Jason Bourne Minority Report system, that people will be too scared to do anything in the future, and they'll know what to avoid. Because when I look at the crimes or the things that really take away points on the social credit system, there are things that are against the government. There are things that are speaking out against the government. There are things that are critical against the government, less so things that actually should be changed within Chinese society. And that's kind of disappointing. The big focus here, are your kids being good? Are you being good? Are you being loyal to the government? And that's terrifying. I see a lot of dictators around the world, if they were to read in the framework of this, would be salivating over this. It goes much further than just public shaming for jaywalkers, because China likes when the soft power comes out. There's, oh, look at this jaywalker got publicly shamed, and everyone's like, around the world, they're like applauding. They're like, yeah, what a dirtbag. Can't believe you jaywalk like this. But the implications are much more than that. The shaming behavior is one thing. This is more than shaming bad behavior. This is shaming actual potential dissidents and people that want to speak out and have freedom. This is the end. I mean, there was no freedom to begin with, but this kind of starts to delete the gray area that made China what it was. Although the system's beneficially in the works since 2014, what leadership could have come up with something like that, huh? Unlike media portrayals of some app that you can check to see if someone is good or bad based on the government, the reality of what the social credit score really is much more complicated, and it's much more sinister. At the same time, China's paid 50-cent army, or the nationalist disinformation team you might see trolling around comment section, they want the rest of the world to think that it's either exactly the same as a FICO credit score or a handy tool to punish criminals. It's much bigger than that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you did, please head over to patreon.com/lawai86. We have a really good community over there. You can send me personal messages. I post behind the scenes content. We have a really good thing going, and it really helps me to keep the channel going. And don't forget to check out my new channel, Worthless Whips. It's a car channel, but we started a new project on there where we've literally came across about 400 issues of Playboy magazine, and we sit down over some beers and look at all the car ads, cigarette ads, booze ads, the articles. We see how time has changed, and it's really, really, really amazing the kind of cultural transformation America's gone through over these years. So join us over there for a beer. It's super, super awesome. Thank you so much, Law Winners, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.